Good morning. Right, I am going to be eating something before I actually start work. The heck? There's a Visual Studio update. I might just install the update while I eat. Let me just check the release notes. So this is the only thing that changed, right? And it's 1 gig download. Seriously. Software is so fucked. Yeah, let's get started. Not sure how long I'll stay. Yeah, this is not correct anymore. Pum, 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 pum. So we have, let me just check something here. Oh, those materials. This is the other way around. This is wrong. Just try. So we have I always forget the order, so this is not like this, it's the other way around each year. Yeah, it's like this. Alright, let's start any document. This is old stuff. I'm gonna start a new document, a new diagram here with what I have in mind right now. Isn't this one working? Let's see. First diagram. Oh. Obviously. Can I do it here? Let me see. I see, this makes it easy if I can I can do the relationships here, and then I can do the classes like on its own. So we can do, let's say, we have forgot to start my timer. Excuse me. Oh, forgot my water. Be right back. So it looks like there doesn't. I can do this. I can't do this. The templates. Let's see if it. No, doesn't work. How about? Yeah, doesn't like this. What happened to the music? Finished? Let's start from the beginning. I'll put something else. Yeah.
Get some papers for,
What do you need?
for writing just.
I'm back. I have to replace the printer's toner. Hey, Tommy. What's up? Good morning. Yeah, I haven't been streaming much the last, 2 weeks or so, because I'm working on something that it's not really fun to stream. There's a big refactor. And most days I'm actually not coding much because of that. I'm just thinking and doodling. Hey, Impromptu Ninja, good morning. Welcome back. Woot woot! Good morning, Wood Dragon. I know it was nothing screwed up. Is the way I deal with assets. I'm refactoring it. It's a big refactor. Basically, the way I designed the asset system, I thought I could get away with some things, and then, like about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I got to the point that I just have to refactor it. Python software. You watch that guy? Yeah, refactoring is so that it's not screwed up. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, I was just telling Tommy that I haven't streamed much the last week or so because of that. For example, yesterday, and I'm finding it like very slow progress, but I have this kind of cycles, right? Like for a few weeks, I can't seem to make much progress, and then I have a burst of performance. I get it's very easy to get banned from his channel. That's because you got unbanned because you worked at Blizzard. I said for 7 years. What was it? Did you work at Blizzard for 7 years? So let's see, where was I? so if we do code, what the heck? Hey! Mermaid graph. What do you mean? What? Yeah, I'm not familiar with not much. I'm not that familiar with Mermaid. I mean, I know what it is, but it's not something I tend to use very often. I'm just checking, like, what's the syntax for some things. So it seems, for example, I can't do this. It needs to be probably like, I say, less than. What? I keep forgetting what's the syntax for this. Like, I'm not a web developer, so I keep forgetting this. It's probably, let's say, this. Yeah. Like this, which is a pain. And then this. Less than. It's a pain. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain to type this for the templates. I guess, no, if I was more used to the web development, I would be more comfortable. Would be, second nature. Right, so, and then we can do, this is minus. Right, and then we're gonna go and do class. Some others. Yes, I did. I used to. So basically, look, I'm gonna show what I have. So I tend to use Visual Paradigm. I use this a bunch of years, but the thing is, I don't want to buy a license right now. So this is a community edition, which is free, but it's not for commercial use. So that's why I'm transferring this to Mermaid, so I can just not use this. Hey, Funberg, welcome back. But normally my go-to tool would be this. But normally, most jobs I had over the years, I just asked the company to buy me a license for this. No, I need to save money now, so I don't want to buy a license now. Clang UML, no, what's that? Didn't know about this one. Let's see. I need to take a look. Maybe it's some kind of plugin for Visual Studio. But obviously, this is the other way around. Like, you have the code and you want the diagram, so it's good to understand the code. But at the moment, I'm doing the other way around, which is I don't have the code sorted yet. I mean, I have a bunch of code done, but I am now kind of taking a step back and cleaning up the mess. So yeah, I would normally use this, but like I said, I don't want to use it because I don't want to be streaming, obviously, and using illegal software, right? That would be stupid. Because I should not be using this for this work. This was literally just yesterday. And so I am transferring this to Mermaid. But I think I've been using that tool since like the 2008 or so, on and off. Obviously, sometimes I go much of time that I don't use it, but let's see. I even wrote a blog, the article, like a very long time ago. Let's see. UML. Yeah. 2007. God damn, boy! Almost 20 years ago. The blast from the past. This is my my website. 2007. I guess this is not even around anymore. Let's see if this one still exists. So this is when I started using Visual Paradigm. Legally re-enabling. Looks like this is still going. That's, I don't even remember using that. Huh. Anyway, Mermaid probably still does the job. Because the purpose of the diagrams for me is not like for full planning, it's mostly to kind of untangle the mess in my head, right? I used to pirate a lot back when I was young, but it was really because like I didn't have the money to buy anything, right? So that was it back then. I'm talking about like late 90s. I don't pirate anything now. None. I don't have any illegal software on my computer. But we have so much choice nowadays anyway with the free software. What's illegal about the pointers? F off, my man. All right, let's get cracking with this. Let's untangle the mess. So we have the library here. Then my use of pointers is mwah. Mwah. All right, let me check. Where is that? Let's see. I see. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Talking to myself. And this is. Okay. And. Ash. With pointer off. Greater than. This is. Oh yeah, you do low level stuff, isn't it? I really want to go back to my OS. I love that stuff. It's been a long time since I had to deal with segment registers. I remember back when I was doing assembly, like in it was even like before I was using protected mode, right? I remember I had to use the segment registers for messing around with stuff. But it's been a while since it's been a while. It's been like 25 years or so. I don't remember most of it. But I did some x86 assembly back in the day. Work on Windows. Yeah, just if you have stuff, just share the links, man. Excuse me. I think I asked the other day if you stream. You said you don't, right? So why? Class. Why isn't this working here? What am I missing here? Good library. Where is that? Oh, it's here. Git good. didn't know that one. Git good. Yeah, I think at some point I'm gonna drop GitHub too. I don't know. I'm just tired of all the bullshit with AI and the way things are going. Git good. I can't find that Git good. Let me see. It's like, I don't think, it's a funny name, but all things considered, I think it's a bad name for a domain, because it's like if you type Git good on Google or whatever, you don't get that because Git Good is like the meme, right? So it's like the meme is overwhelming. It's like you can't find it. Actually, the Git Good website. So it's like it's not even it's not if it's not in the first few hits, like people just like give up. Like this is not the thing. Yeah, see. Yeah, no, I saw because you posted it, right? So I saw your message. What I mean is, my first reaction was let's Google it. And Googling it, you won't be able to find it easily. At this point, I'm mostly on GitHub because convenience, right? That's where most people are, unfortunately. But at some point, I might just move everything. Never heard of these guys. Allcom is totally free. I guess they want to capture the market. They want to capture market share first. There is no such thing as free lunch. Oh, they're in what? I thought you were saying they're in beta. No, that's talking about GitHub. What? Yeah, like this is obvious peanuts compared to GitHub. Excuse me. Oh, they do have something. Okay. No, it's free. I thought this was like the comparing the plans, but no, it's comparing with other ones. So why is this free? It must be just because they want to capture users. But obviously it costs them to host. Yeah, I think porn and gambling. I think that the people are so tired of all the bullshit from big corporations like Microsoft, OpenAI, and all that stuff. Nvidia, man, it's like once the AI bubble bursts, I wish that people would just boycott Nvidia, Microsoft, OpenAI. I mean, if the bubbles burst, there will be no OpenAI. But AMD, Nvidia, it's like, but see what I mean? It's like if the bubble bursts, and then they want to kind of come back to customers like us, it's like we should just vote with our wallets and show them the finger. Because it's so bloody ridiculous, man. Like I keep watching YouTube videos about this, reports and stuff, and they completely showed us the finger. Like they don't give a shit about customers now. It's all business to business. And it's not just those companies. Even like SSD companies, like there was a famous one that Gamer Nexus. It's been talking about this, and there's that other guy Lewis something that he talks about a lot about like rights to repair and all that stuff. And there was one of these companies, not sure if it was Samsung or something. There's been a few interesting cases about someone bought like an SSD, right? And they're supposed to have warranty or like those extended warranties, whatever. And then because the prices are way higher now, they are not honoring these things. They just they go, oh no, there's no stock, whatever. So they refund you, right? But they refund the price you paid, not what's worth right now. Yeah, I think Louis Rossmann. So they refund you like how much you paid, not the replacement cost. See what I mean? And then the most stupid one was another memory company, not sure what company it was, that the customer had a kit. So basically had a two DIMMs kit, right? One DIMM was damaged, faulty, right? And basically sent it back for like we wanted a replacement. And what they did was they said there was no replacement. They refunded him what he paid, right? They kept the working DIMM, and they basically fucked him two ways, which was the money they gave back. Oh, it's not enough to buy another kit, right? And they kept the other DIMM, which just that DIMM, it's worth more than what they paid them back. See what I mean? It's like you said they kept some of the working hardware, which is actually worth more than the money they gave back to the customer. They don't give a fuck. It's like, man, and I wish that once the bubble bursts, I wish that people would just vote with their wallets. It's so ridiculous. You know what? I think all these companies will get fucked in the end. Sorry, the language. I should put a disclaimer in the stream. All these companies will get fucked at some point because China is coming for them all. Like it's not good for the Western world, right? But China, if you pay attention to what's going on, they are slowly grabbing all this market. So they have CXMT, right? And they basically they didn't make much progress because of the machines they need for the memory production. They couldn't get access because I think it's only a company in is it Norway or Netherlands? It's only one company that makes those like high-end machines for silicon stuff, right? So China couldn't get them. Right, but now they're catching up with their own. Yeah, that's the only company that makes that stuff. But China, basically, even with spying, like stealing secrets, whatever, doesn't matter how, they are getting there, right? And CXMT is like quietly just kind of spreading, right? And obviously, customers at the end of the day, they won't give a shit. Like, is it Chinese? Is it American? Is it coming from North and South Korea? They don't give a shit. It's like where it's coming from, right? As long as there is supply, the customer won't give a shit. And I think China will end up taking advantage of all these greedy companies, like Samsung, Intel, AMD, Nvidia. China will end up just taking advantage of all this and conquer the market. Just mark my words, you'll see. You'll see. All the three big DRAM manufacturers. Is it Samsung? What else? Is it Micron? I know. I think it's three big companies. all this price fixing that is like it's. I know that there was already over the 20, 30 years. There was already 2 situations in which they got fined because of price fixing and cartels, right? Yeah, that's it. So, and they're doing the same, but like in a sneaky way, right? And I think China will just take advantage of all this stuff. And then they go, in a few years, if China manages to capture all this market, then in a few years all these companies will get fucked. And it's bad for the Western world because China then will control everything, but at the same point, it's like well deserved. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need to sneak in. What are you looking for?
More paper.
I just pulled that. Yeah. No worries. So yeah, no, I am kind of worried that China is taking all these things, conquering the markets. Like for example, EVs, right? They're just at least in the UK, like the UK market is completely flooded with the Chinese EVs. But if you notice how China is doing that, it's I don't know, man. It's basically what they do is the government. Basically, they want to conquer some market, right? So what they do is a bunch of companies start, right? And then the government sponsors all that. This is not sponsor. What's the word? Subsidizes. The government basically injects money in a bunch of companies, and one of them will survive. Yeah, one of these companies will survive, and that's it. That's what happened with the CXMT, right? It was one of these companies that the government is just injecting money, and it's the survival of the fittest, right? and they do that in every market, like EVs, batteries, phones, whatever. They do that in every market. Meanwhile, the Western world is like just trying to just abuse, not abuse customers, but it's just a completely different mindset. And this with the DRAM is the next market that China is gonna conquer, and they're conquering the EV is kind of the EV market. It's pretty much like 80% there, and I think the DRAM market is the next one. Right. You guys can keep discussing the emojis. Right. I'll go back to my mermaids. All right, and then we're gonna do. Okay. And what else do we need here? Less than. Great. No, that's. Good. And then. There we go. I do have a Discord channel, but I'm not even sure if I'm gonna keep that name. Let me check. Not even sure if I'm gonna keep that name. Do I have a link to the Discord? I don't think I even have a link. Because I haven't picked the name for the project yet. G4, no, the code name is G4, but the actual game name, I don't have it yet. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even have a link to the Discord. How does this work? I do have a Discord channel, but like I said, I never mentioned it because I wasn't sure about the name. I don't even know if it's private. I very rarely use Discord. I don't even know how this works. I mean, at some point I will have to start using this stuff. Invite to server. Wait. Can I do this? Invite to server. Yes, one of you can click that. Not sure if several people can use the same one. Probably it's like one use only. Now one of you can try it, and then if it only works once, I'll create more, I guess. 67. No, looks like I think it's actually, you can probably use this several times. What, Funberg? Oh! Someone saying I. Oh my god! Someone got into my Discord server. First. At some point I need to pay attention to these and try and build up a community. I'm not doing any of this at the moment. I see. Can I... Oh, okay. I can see the ninja. Why is it... Can I kind of add a note here? I would like to add a note that it's you. That it's you. Change nickname. Alright, no. Notes. I can do this. Yeah, that's it. I think that was it. And yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep this name. We'll see. G4 is just a code name. Oh, okay. I am such a noob with these things. Alright, so where was I? And where was I? Class diagrams. And then we have this. Yes, cook. Data record. So what it's complaining about? Doesn't like empty classes. Interesting. And then we have a less than. Greater than. Right. When defining a class, can I specify here the inheritance, or it needs to be here, probably here. It would be nice if I could do it here. Then it's cute, man. All right. What do you mean? This will be for everything: textures, models, anything, any asset type. I already have a bunch of stuff done for the refactor, but I had to stop and actually clean up some stuff in my head. It's like some things are messy, and was like, no. For example, one of the things I have was this UUID hash. They are duplicated in a bunch of places. So, for example, if I go here, let's see. I'm not sure if this is running at the moment. Let's see. Right. So this is already using the new system, but like I said, there's some things that are messy, and I'm trying to fix that up. So I can already go here and do, let's say, import settings. And if I do this is not updating yet. It should be updating. It's not. But if I do this and save, then the game will pick up the change, and basically the assets are updated at runtime. So this is the game, right? If I go here and save, actually no, I must have broken something, because this is all work in progress. But when I save this, the game should be updating the asset. It was working, but I might have broken something in the last day or so. Yeah, can expect it. Yeah. Failed to parse. I probably messed up something in the asset file. Let's see. Crazy guys. And then we go. Assets. What? What the heck? Is why isn't it saving it properly? Like, this is invalid JSON. What the heck is happening here? Hey, Turul, I am using OpenGL. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Let's see what's happening here. Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? First, let's save that again. So if I go here and I fix this, all right. Now if I edit the asset, whoop, let's make this smaller. And now if I change something, save. What? Okay, let's try this. Flip. Save. Yeah, wait. Why? Yeah, this is generating invalid JSON. Why is it eating that? Because if I go here, so basically, this is doing the right thing. Right, this is correct. And then when it's passing to the string stream, add watch. No, this is still fine. What? Is it something that I don't understand about string streams? Doing something I didn't expect. So I thought this would be just appending, right? To be fair, I don't like C++ streams. I think they're so verbose. Just weird for me. I find them weird. So type. So it removed. The heck? It's something that I'm doing wrong with the streams. So when I push the end L, it seems that I push that one and then it's basically popping out the beginning. So basically it's removing some stuff at the beginning. I thought this, so when I do this, basically I'm passing a string. Oh, I think my assumptions about this constructor are wrong. This might be like passing a working area or something. because I think what it's doing is when I push new stuff, it basically pops out what's there, which is a bit weird. Let's see. String stream. Let me let me resume the music. Let me know if the music is too loud. Excuse me. So let's see. Where? Okay. Ghost. Why is it calling this one? I was expecting to call this one here, maybe. Oh, probably because the string that it's receiving is specialized with a different allocator. That's why it's not calling this one, probably. Yeah, that's it, because if I pass just a normal C++ string, which is this, you will probably use this constructor. But if I'm passing like a custom, basically in short, I'm passing a in short a custom string type, then obviously can't do a move. Needs to use this. Yes, I do have a VM. I do have a VM. Let me see. So, but I lost track. You're trying to send me what? Let's check the chat. What was that again? All level stuff you're doing, but what is it exactly? Oh, God damn it. Come on. Control Alt. There we go. Okay. I'm just checking if my VM is working. Give me a moment. Yeah. All good. All good. Let me just check if I can. Because this VM I tend to use for some stuff, so what I'm gonna do is I can probably clone it or something. Can I clone this? All right. What the heck? Can I clone this? There should be a way to copy. Hmm. I see. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Talking to myself. I can probably see what's the size of this thing. Properties. That's fine. Yeah. Oh, it's this and this. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Oh, that's a bit weird. No. A few days ago, I was trying. What is it? This Task Slinger, something new. That's just out of curiosity. It's just faster than Task Manager. Launches faster, uses less resources. It's neat, but it's very similar to Task Manager. But this is in beta, and it will not be free. You need to pay for it. I never heard of system in beta. You know what I mean? All right. Giggity. is it? Rename. Settings. Deep in. Gonna rename this. Copied it. Oh, cool. I'll take a look. Alright, I managed to copy the VM. Whenever you have something, just let me know. I see. System Informer. Yeah. Cool. You got the screenshot as my tongue out like it looked like my cat like 6, 7. Why are you saying 6, 7? Something in the screenshot? All right. So now let's see. Bum ba-ding, ba-dum, ba-da-boom. Where are the constructors? Constructor. And it's using which one? Const. I think it's using this. So 6, 7. I am locked in. Oh. Right, let's fix that crap. Where was it? Save. Save. I can just do this. What are you talking about, Wood? You're talking to Ninja or me? Ninja. Oh yeah. I'm falling asleep. You're packaging the thing. All right, let's try now. God damn it. So, if I go, what? Oh, because it messed this up, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Let me see. What's happening in here? Extra ones. What? What? No! I lost the contents of the file. Good thing I had it here. Baba.
Real trap shit. No, you got 10 minutes. If you fuck up my niggas vibe, I'm gonna fuck you up. So let's get this going like right now.
My niggas vibe.
I can't believe that we're here right now. Just shut up for like a minute. Shut up.
Real trap shit. Trapaholics. We make it look easy. Walk with your boys.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Okay, that's incredible. That makes everything better. How do you do it? I don't know, man. Where did you guys first meet?
Like, is that? Isn't that an actor? I think I recognize his face from something.
No, you got 10 minutes. If you fuck up my niggas vibe, I'm gonna fuck you up. So let's get this going like right now.
Oh, this is
I was showing it bling.
You're right. Just shut up for like a minute. Shut up.
Real trap shit. Trapaholics. We make it look easy. Walk with your boys.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Okay, that's incredible. That makes everything better. How do you do it? I don't know, man. Where did you guys first meet?
Oh. Damn, son, where did you find this? Ah, shut up, Copilot. Right. Yeah, seems like I broke some stuff. Let's control. What? So what now? Right. Locals watch. R. And this is messed up. More stuff in the printer. It's not printing.
Just another.
If you're printing from your phone, it's easy if you're here. Sorry, a friend of mine is trying to print something. I think the debugger is messed up. Sometimes it happens for me with Visual
I
Studio.
pressed the button not.
On the phone? Oh. Alright, let's try this. What the heck? So let's go back to this. What am I missing here? Empty, that's fine. Okay. Then we have item. What? 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 Empty. Ah? Oh, I see. So why is this is empty? Must be an error in the JSON. Right. Type But I don't think I saw any. Oh, it could find not find texture. This. Yeah. Yeah. Texture. I'll have to change these things. Probably this. Yeah, there we go. So, because all the temporary stuff I have in here. Yeah. So let's try now if I edit this. Bada bing, bada boom. If I play this, yep, now. Yeah, now it's working. So, like I was saying, the game is running and I can change the assets. God damn it. Yeah, but this is not updated. It's just stuff, unfinished stuff. This music is a bit too repetitive. I need stretch. Speaking of stretching, let's see what my government suggests for today. Half an hour run at a very slow pace. Yeah, I need to go for a run later. Alright, let's save this. Oh, okie dokie. Oh yeah. Does it need internet connection? I'm just reading your messages again. What's this? custom. It's a custom.NET runtime. Let's see. Is this a hobby project or something commercial that you're gonna be working on? In-game terminals. 8 years. Let's see. Give me a moment. Let's download that, see if it works. Continue to download. Yeah. It's downloading. Let's see. Eesh, that's big. I don't have 7-zip in the on my VM, so I'm converting to zip first. So now if I put this, there we go. Don't know. Vulkan should work, but I really don't use VMs that often. I have one ready, but I rarely use VMs. I'm not trying out like unknown stuff very often. So, let's see. It's here. So what should I do with this? Just run. I don't like PowerShell. Not used to it. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. Let me see. PW web browser. So what am I seeing here? Let me check again your messages. This is the in-game terminals and HUD. All right. Did it stop? Yes. Oh, I actually only have 2 configured. Okay. Oh, I see. No Vulkan then. Strange. Because DirectX works. Oh, well. There must be a way to get Vulkan working, but I'll take a look later then. I see. Yeah. Let's see the settings. Yeah. So maybe it's only on Linux. Yeah, so I think it might be just on Linux. I knew that Direct3D works, but Vulkan I didn't know. Oh, you can promise. I'll take a look later. I need to go back to the refactoring. But this is nice. Low-level stuff. I like low-level stuff, but I have very little experience with anything related to C#, to be honest. I used C# maybe for a few months when I was at Epic. I was working on a tool it was like kind of a watchdog tool that would monitor a bunch of processes and create crash dumps and stuff. But that was like 4 or 5 years ago. Right, and it was only for a few months. I don't remember any of it. Speaking of languages, at some point I need to pick some high-level scripting language to put on my in-game computers. I am undecided what that will be. If it will be something custom, Probably something similar to some basic language. Basic. Old school retro style. All right. Show. Where were we? You know what? I need a toilet break. I'll be right back. I need to top up my coffee too. Not at the same time. I'm back, baby. So we're gonna try a replacement for Vulkan. Just ask Claude to refactor it. Swift shader. My eyes are so fucked up, man. It's like I can do everything day to day, like, but for reading, I am getting old. I need my glasses. I'm looking at the browser, like, what's that? Back in my day, high performance CPU based implementation of the Vulkan graphics API. Never heard of it. Swift shader. I see. Let's give that a go. Do they have releases here? No. I don't want to be spending time with this now. If you just put the DLL there on Discord, I'll copy the DLL to the VM and try it. I don't want to be building this now. I know Angle. Cool beans. I'll start them with the VM again, and then I'll get back to work while I wait. Right, so back to the UML stuff. Oh, you uploaded already. That was fast. And then I can put this here. It's not working. Why is not working? Why is not working? Sometimes this doesn't work. It worked fine for the other one, now it's not. There we go. Takes a while. Takes a while to react. Rightio. So I guess the original you gave me doesn't have this, right? And then applications will look for this. And if it has this, then it will use it. All right, let's try this then. So, whoop, whoop. And then that was PW. What's this? Jesus, I really need to stretch. No luck. I guess something that the what's it called, Swift shader doesn't support, maybe. PW. I need to change the settings for the VM. Takes too long with just 2 cores. Oi, we have something. Oh, look at you using IAM-GUI. Probably very, very slow. 2 frames per second. Man, you need to optimize your code, man. I'm joking. It's probably the Swift shader. Yeah, but it works, right? I mean, the Swift shader, no, I guess if it supports the full Vulkan API, then it's impressive. I see I can rotate it. 2 frames per second. Ship it. Ship it. This is pretty much the performance you get out of the new AMD GPU. Have you seen that AMD sneakily launched a 4GB GPU? And the reviews are so funny because they're just taking the piss. Like, how could you launch a 4GB GPU in 2026? Doesn't make any sense. And then the reviews show how bad it is. You're playing games like at 10, 20 frames per second. Render scale down to 1. What is the render scale? What is that? God damn it. I'll be quiet. Oh, this. Oh, look at that. We doubled the frame rate. Now, if you put this like this, see, if you enable the LSS, fixed. Ship it. Ship it. Exactly, just enable the DLSS. Done. I find all this the direction the games industry is taking is so ridiculous, man. It's like I have a 4090, which is still like the second best graphics card, right? It's best than the 5080. And I can't even play nowadays new games coming out. I can't even play them 4K at native resolution because the games are so unoptimized that they rely on the DLSS. I've been doing another replay of Stalker 2. Really good game, by the way. And it's running better than at launch. When it came out, it was very like there was a bunch of performance problems, so it's way better now. But I've been tweaking the settings if I can get. Actually, my screen, I have an ultra wide, but it's actually the resolution is actually slightly below 4K, even though it's an ultra wide. And I can't even play at native resolution. I mean, I can probably get 60 frames per second out of it, right? But the screen is 240 hertz, and obviously I can't get that. I can't even get like 120 FPS out of it at native resolution. I liked Metro 2, but I played all of them. I loved it. Obviously, Metro Exodus was a bit different because it was like going out into the world, but I enjoyed all of them, even Metro Exodus. But what I like about Stalker, it's different from Metro because Metro is more on rails, right? It's a more FPS on rails, and the Stalker is a bit more open. Yeah, I saw the new Metro trailer yesterday, actually. I was looking at it on the Epic Store. Alright, I need to get back to work, man. See, I already learned something from you. I don't need a Vulkan support, right? No, Stalker 2 is good. I did, so when I bought the game as soon as it came out, and I finished maybe, let's say, I'd say 70% of the campaign on my first pass. But it was very buggy. I had like a lot of bugged quests I couldn't finish. he had some serious performance problems, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna wait for a bunch of patches. So I waited like a year, and then was it a year? When it came out, was it 2025? I know I waited a bunch of time. I waited a long time, and then I started from scratch, and then if I finished the campaign, and now that 2.0 patch came out, plus the Cost of Hope, is it Cost of Hope DLC? So I bought the DLC, and now I'm doing another replay now. Yeah, I'm doing another replay with the DLC, but I haven't actually played any of the DLC missions yet. And yeah, the performance has improved a lot less buggier. So overall, I recommend the game. It's a really good game. The voice acting in English, it's a bit patchy. Like some everyone says that you should play with Russian, Ukrainian, whatever you want to call it, original voice. But like I'd like to understand. I like to understand what they're saying. So I play with English. Oh yeah, it's huge. Let's see. Almost 200 gig. Damn. But I really like the game, and considering all the shit that was going on in Russia and Ukraine, whatever, I'm happy to support them. And so I bought the game, I bought the DLC. And you know, the war started before the game came out, so they had to move the. These are the commentary. They moved the office to Poland. Not sure. I know they moved the studio, but it might have been to Poland. There's a documentary about it. Right, let me get on with this. So we have persistent. Someone was leaving spam in my mailbox. So we have persistent settings. And then we have one. Okay. Let's go back to this. Class. Right, I can probably just do it here. So class iron I can do. Mm, 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 mm. And M. Yep. Inheritance. Yes, and then yep. What is the asset here? This guy here. So cook. Should I? Let me say cookity cook. And then less than and greater than. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can I use the kitchen for my interview? It's just for
Obviously.
30
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah, no bother you.
No. Just close the kitchen door so you don't hear me and I don't hear you. It's fine. Boop, 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 boop. I wonder. No, probably not. Doesn't matter. Talking to myself. Actually, this is just noise. I don't need this. It's just noise. I can do it here. Let's say. cook. Cookity cook. Cook, create cook data. Let's rename. Where was it? Asset def. Let them cook, boys. Anything I forgot here? All right, let's. I think these are most of the classes I need at the moment. I'm gonna think about the relationships. Pum. My stomach is grumbling. I can hear it like, feed me. These are all temporary stuff that I need to think about. All right, let's move this one down. Okay, so library uses this, that's fine. Good luck one. Okay, this needs a relationship. Again, this is not for code generation, it's just for me to think about the design. Because there is a few things I wanted to fix. Like I had a bunch of duplicated data. And I need to fix that stuff before I proceed. So for example, like I said before, most of this stuff is done for textures. Most of the stuff is done for texture. This is the texture. But I have a bunch of duplicated fields, which will be a source of bugs if I don't remove that duplicated data. And that's what I'm brainstorming about now. Alright, so this is a relationship with... Geesh, keep yawning. Yes. And we need 1. So 0 or 1. Off. And wait, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. So What are you guys talking about? There's some flame war going on. What's the discussion about? Ah. You know what I tell my kids when they start moaning about something? I just tell them this household is not a democracy. So I'd say what goes and what doesn't. Oh yeah, when I ask them to do something, right, and then they'll don't listen or they moan. That's what I tell them. They haven't earned the right to vote yet. If they don't like it, the door is open. It's tough love. My wife sometimes says I'm a bit too rough. It's called tough love. All right, let's see if I missed any of the relationships. Let's see, what can I think about? Let's look at the other diagram I had. So we have library items, record item, and then, yeah. Library item. Boy. You guys need to chill. Have a beer. Bum, bum, bum. And I'm gonna get fuck up my neck. I'm always looking up. It's okay, Wood. Like you remember the other day you came over and what was it? Was it you didn't tell me, but oh, that guy. God damn it! No, a few weeks ago. you were talking about someone that you're giving him advice, and he kind of got personal. I forgot who it was. Everyone is different, man. Everyone is different. Some people take advice, people don't. Don't either of you. I don't think you should take it personally. I remember a few months ago. So I'm using a custom shared pointer implementation, right? Basically, I have I don't have garbage collection in my engine. I use reference counting. It's kind of garbage collection, but it's a shared pointer basically. And I'm using a custom implementation of shared pointer. And a few months ago, someone was just telling me, "Why are you doing that? You shouldn't be using that. You should use the stud shared." I was like, "Man, I did this because I need some features, right?" And the guy, I don't know who it was, but the guy kept going on about that I shouldn't be using it. I shouldn't be using it. Well, I am using it. Deal with it. I don't remember who it was, but the guy kept going on that I should not be using my own shared pointer implementation. I am using a custom shared pointer, but not a custom string. What you see here is this, right? This is what you see, but string is just a type def. Say string view, file path. The reason I'm doing this, well, you see here like tarray, tmap, tpair. These are just the type defs. The reason I use type defs is I have so basically my code parsing tool, right? I have a pre-built step that parses the code to generate reflection, and the parsing it's not it's not top notch, right? So I didn't want to deal basically with parsing namespaces, right? So that's why I have these type defs to just not have studs. So I don't have the namespace basically. That's true. That's true, but you know, if everyone was the same, like what would be that wouldn't be fun anyway, right? Everyone is different. That reminds me of my older kid. Oldest kid, he wants to start his YouTube channel. He's 11. Right, obviously YouTube and Twitch, they have restrictions on what you can do live, but I need to read the terms and conditions. I think he can have his own channel if there's an adult supervision or something. I need to read the fine print. But in short, he wants to start creating content. But he's really good like with drawing and Minecraft. So he wants to start doing his own content, and I was kind of giving him the heads up. Like can he handle the stuff like online? Can he handle the toxicity with comments and stuff? I'm not sure if he can. Because I find he is so easy to wind up. Even I tend to do that. Like I wind him up on purpose, and my wife then starts telling me off because I'm winding him up because it's so easy to wind up. And that's what I told him. Like I can easily wind you up, and you think you're gonna be able to handle online comments? Yeah, I'm fine. Like That is, I think, as a parent, I think that you can control the comments that actually show up. Like again, I need to read the fine print again, but I think the YouTube allows you to do something, which is the channel they upload. Basically, your kid uploads some video, right? Or not sure if he needs your permission, but basically, comments will only show up if I approve them, something like that. I need to take another look because he's really good with art and creative stuff. So yeah, it would be a good outlet for him to explore. Oh yes. The thing is, I'm not back to work yet. I keep talking to you guys. Okay, I keep forgetting. That's the. There we go. You happy? Yeah.
That's me done.
How did it go?
10 minutes.
It was 2 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10
Alright.
minutes. Usually it's fast. So
Did it go okay?
yeah, I think so. Let me know. Well, they're looking for 3 people, so I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
They just as usual. Usually too fast, then it's like no, or too fast, and then they're like 2 hours later they phone me, but they said next week sort of they will
They're
phone me.
probably interviewing other people too.
Yes,
Yeah.
there are probably many people, but
Okay,
yeah,
fingers crossed.
I think
It went okay.
it's good. Yeah.
Okay,
The
that's cool.
The crown is always the one when I worked is a good one.
Yeah.
The work I did there so for a year is pretty good, and it's just high attention to detail, data processing.
Yeah.
And, fingers crossed. It seems good.
Yeah. Beata said that the pay is also okay.
Yeah, it's very good. So and it's advertised at 6 months, but it's not because it's a lot. There's thousands of documents there.
Yeah. Okay, fingers crossed. So they will call you back. Yeah.
Time to go get Natalie now.
Okay.
I'm taking her to a play therapist.
You taking what? Sorry.
Play therapist, and
Okay.
do you need anything from a shop?
I don't-
Opposite to that, there is a shop for home
I don't think we need.
accessories like cables and things like that.
I don't think we need anything. No.
No. Okay. Okay, see you later.
See you later. Sorry, talking to a friend of mine. She's staying over at our place, and she was just having a job interview. Right, back to work. Relationships. Where was it? We have. Okay. Uh-huh. Not forgetting anything here. I think this pretty much covers what I want to do now. So what I had before was what I have right now. It's very similar to this, but like some fields were duplicated all over, especially the ID and the hash, and that was a source of bugs. Let me brainstorm a bit. I need to think. Let's go to the record. What is it? Class here. I think the problem is, right, especially online, right? We don't know you personally, right? So when people are giving advice, it can go either way, right? You can the other person can go, okay, thank you, but or you can go the other way. Like, why are you giving me advice? I don't even know you, right? It's no, yeah, dealing online with these things, it can be awkward. I am, for example, I can give you a good example. When I was at Epic Games, back in my day. Oh, if you don't know, I worked like 10 years at Epic Games, so I'm pulling a Pilot Software here. So when I was at Epic Games, and I switched to when I changed to the SDK team. So I was in the SDK team, EOS SDK team. So I worked on that team for a few years. No, I work from home. So I'm in Edinburgh, Scotland. So yeah, I visit Raleigh. Not sure. I don't even know, man. I'm terrible with geography. I think that's the one I visited a few times. HQ. I think it was the one I visited a few times. So anyway, I was working from home, and when I joined that team, the SDK team, there was this guy. Was it David? Forgot his name. But anyway, very smart guy. He was one of the principal engineers in the SDK team, and I remember that I was redesigning something. There was basically something in the SDK had a pipeline. It was actually code generation, right? The SDK had a code generation tool that analyzed the C and C++ headers, and then it would generate some some bindings using Python. It was basically to do like automated stuff, like create the C# bindings. But there was some stuff in the pipeline that was very annoying, but it worked, right? And then I've spent a few days like kind of brainstorming about that, and I came up with a proposal, blah, blah. And the guy just shut me down, right? And I think it was Dave. But he came across so rude, like dismissing what I was doing, right? But because I didn't know him, right, personally. He was in my team, but I didn't know him personally. But he came across as very rude. Like, you don't know what you're doing. I mean, he wasn't saying like you don't know what you're doing, but he was just shooting me down. Like, this is wasted time, you know, we don't need this. No, he was just a principal engineer, so, but this was not even the thing that he was working on. I just wanted to improve the pipeline. So I spent a few days working on that, and then he basically shut me down. But he came across as rude from my side, right? Because I didn't know him personally. But when I met him personally, he was a very smart guy. When I went to HQ and I met him personally, he was a really nice guy. Just online, he came across as rude, but that's not what he was doing. He was just very pragmatic, right? And when I look back, right, he just shut me down because I really didn't need to be working on that, right? I wanted to improve that, but there was no need because it worked. It was not a priority, right? So there was no need for us to be working on that because the thing did what we wanted, right? It was just a tool, and it worked fine. We just had some annoying things, but the way it just shot me down just felt like very rude for me. But it wasn't. When I look back, and the fact that I met him personally, right? I changed my opinion, right? But online he came across as rude because of his personality, right? But he wasn't rude. Looking back, he wasn't rude. It was just online it's like something gets lost in translation, right? But he was actually one of the smartest guys we had on the team. Yeah, so things like the tone, the feeling gets lost when discussing things online. And the UK, it's full of that bullshit. Like, man, when you're someone asks for, imagine, like, for example, you're in the UK, like, man, how should I explain it? My wife, for example, she used to be a teacher, secondary teacher, high school, and she switched careers now. She changed careers. She's now a mortgage advisor, but she was a teacher for 10, 15 years or something. And so she's not British. She's from Hungary. She's Hungarian, which is a very kind of more traditional system, right? You do what you're told. You be quiet. Shut up. Do what you're told, right? But in the UK, it's always like, you can't say that. It's like, oh, it's no child rights and blah blah, right? So in the UK, it's all about the child has rights, lots of rights, no obligations, just rights. That's the UK for you. So if the child does something wrong, they don't punish the child. They just go, oh, let's talk it over, as if you can talk it over with the child, right? But that's the UK system for you. Anyway, let's see. I forgot what I was about to say with the. So whenever she was writing like the reports, like end of the term, whatever, she had to write the performance reports for the pupils. And being Hungarian, she was just like straight to the point. She was not mincing her words, right? She would just say, he or she, doesn't study enough, or she was just being straight to the point, honest. What the kid was doing good, what the kid was doing right. But then she was writing the reports, right? And the reports still had to go through the head teacher for reviewing, right? And then the head teacher was pushing back, like, oh, you can't say this. You can't say that the kid is not doing this right or anything. You need to say, maybe he should be doing this, maybe he should be doing that. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, all the bullshit, that being politically correct, that's the UK. Like, it's the PC police. Yeah, soft speak. But in the UK, you say it's the politically correct, right? It's the PC police. But she couldn't write the reports like straightforward, honest, because she had to use like very, very careful language, like tiptoeing around the subject. Instead of just saying it as it is, you need to tiptoe around the subject. That's the UK. And then the funny thing is, at some point, we have a friend, also Hungarian. She doesn't live here anymore. But that friend of ours got the report for her kid. Right. My wife was not his teacher. But anyway, our friend got the report for her kid, and then she was reading the report, and she couldn't decipher. She was just trying to figure out, is my kid doing well or not? She couldn't decipher what the report said. So she was looking at us like, what the heck does this mean? Is he doing okay? Is he not doing okay? Because they were just tiptoeing around the subjects. And then she had to ask my wife, like, can you please tell me, like, what is the teacher trying to tell here? I don't understand if my kid is doing well or not. Like you say, like, it's so stupid. Yeah, exactly. It was just basically encrypted. Yeah, it's like she couldn't decipher what the heck what was like. Give me the bullet points. She couldn't decipher what it meant. Yeah, but I guess online it happens a lot. Even I remember when I was doing code reviews at Epic, um, I try to be careful with the language. Like if I'm talking like face to face, then I can be a bit more blunt. But in writing, because of the person doesn't know the tone. No, in writing I do tend to use more like, for example, if imagine I was looking at some code review and there was something that I didn't really agree, I would be like, I wouldn't be like blunt, like don't do this, right? I would be like, maybe you can do this, or if it was me, I would do this. See what I mean? Yeah, I would be a bit more careful with the language, more yeah, soft speak. But the UK has gone completely bonkers with a woke. Even at Epic, there were some situations that by the last few years that I was just trolling my eyes. I get people that they don't have anything else to do, and then they need to justify their jobs, and then with the we ended up having like. Again, I don't have anything against Epic. No, I think it's just agendas, right? And trying to be politically correct, and then it just goes to the extreme. Yeah, that was probably woke 1.1, Yeah, now it's kind of like they're kind of scaling back the wokeness, right? But at some point, we had training sessions for pronouns. It's like, oh my god. When I think back, it's like seriously. It's like it feels like someone is just justifying their jobs. So training sessions, like spend like 1 hour, 2 hours in like looking at slides for pronouns, and oh my god. And I don't have anything against gay people or lesbians or whatever, right? I don't have anything against that. It's just forcing all that bullshit down our throats, like some people. Yes, we did have that. Like what pronouns to use and not to offend anyone, and no, this person identifies as this and that. It's like, oh, jeez. Yeah. Formalizing it was the problem. Yes. English is not my mother language or mother tongue, as you call it. So sometimes I don't have the vocabulary to explain what I'm thinking. So yeah, formalizing is probably the right word. But there was like slides with like a few things, and then after a few minutes, the host would stop the slides and then ask questions to see if we understood what was the thing, and then. But this was all like online meetings, obviously. But when I think back, it's like, Jesus, man, that's so cringe. But no, like I said, I have nothing against lesbian, gays, whatever. You do you, I do me. It's just forcing all that stuff. And especially as a non-native speaker, for me, that's just an unnecessary noise. Like, for example, even like things that are actually in the language already, but I find very annoying how people are pushing that. So, you have he, right? You have she, right? You have they, right? And you know that they can be used as like a non-gender specific, whatever you call it, right? But if I'm talking about a woman or a male, female, I use a he or a she, right? Because it gives the other person. That's what I think. Because I'm a non-native speaker, right? So the more the more kind of context I have in the language, the better. So every time someone uses they, because they want to be gender neutral and all the PC bullshit, for me, it just makes things harder. Because it doesn't have the context, right? It's like, are you talking about the woman? You're talking about the man? See what I mean? Or plural, That's another thing. Plural, singular, right? All in the name of being politically correct. And how should I explain it? I get upset with these things because I have bigger fish to fry, right? I have other things to do than trying to decipher this bullshit. Like, for example, I mean, let's say we're talking about, again, I'm not against these people, but it's just the forcing, right? When we have these trainings at Epic, right, about, like, say you have a biological male that now identifies as a female, right? So she, right, wants you to use the pronoun she, right? But although it's a biologic male, right? And I don't personally have anything against it, but imagine that I address that person, right? And the human nature for me is like, I look at that person and I identify it as it's a man, right? So I might just treat that person as a man, not out of the respect, but because I'm still getting used to the idea. I don't know that person that well, right? I don't know if she or he. I don't know if he wants to be addressed to him, she. I don't know yet. So it's not a personal thing. It's just as a human, I look at the person and I identify male, female, right? And then you have people that they just get upset. Right, you need to have trainings for this, because if that person says, "Oh, I now identify as a woman," then will that person get upset if you by mistake address them as a male? Man, it's touchy subjects. But for me, it's probably because I'm not a native speaker. For me, that's all unnecessary noise that, like, I don't want to be dealing with it. Anyway, the streaming session has been a lot about politics and PC correctness, right? Again, sometimes I don't have the vocabulary to explain what I'm thinking. But all in all, Epic was a nice place. I have nothing against the company. They always treated me well. There was only one thing that I kind of was a bit upset, was when I left, like, after being there for so many years. When I left, there was like no recognition. It was like, "You're leaving? Oh, okay, bye. There you go. Close the account's done." Like, seriously? It felt very impersonal. Obviously, the company was huge by the time I left. So when I joined, that's when Fortnite was exploding. The company was still kind of had a bit of a indie feeling. It was still relatively small. But I guess that's normal, right? And then I could see, like, over the years, how kind of things changed. Like, information was more compartmentalized, right? Okay, this meeting. No, basically, obviously, like, for example, when we had the global meetings at the start, right? Anyone could ask anything, right? It was very open, right? By the end, was like, because we had so many people, right? It was a lot more like a corporate feeling by the end. But I guess it's unavoidable. Unavoidable. When a company grows, right? How do you deal with these things, right? So when I left, it just felt very impersonal, because I'm just a cog in the machine, basically, right? At the end, when I left, I was just another cog. Which I understand, but it still hurts. Exactly. Again, it's not because I don't have anything against them, the person, right? It's just because for me the pronoun, the he, that's the main thing for me. He, she, they. My brain, because I'm not a native speaker, I use those cues to help me out with to understand what are we talking about, right? So would uh, why would we try to remove those cues from the language? Does it make sense? Like, you remove these cues from the language to be politically correct. You remove the cues, which only makes it harder for non-native speakers. Black Lives Matter. Yeah. Remember, we are recording, we are streaming. Careful what you say. No, I would like to think of myself as a very likable person. I don't like conflict. I never try to offend anyone on purpose. But yeah, we had those trainings for pronouns. There was some other stuff. There was some other woke stuff. It wasn't just pronouns. More stuff happened back then. But that was like when woke was like full blown, especially in America. Full blown woke. Oh, impromptu. I just noticed it blocked. It blocked your message. Yeah. See, this is kind of like auto mod. Yeah, it's like obviously auto mod is just a tool, but blocking this, like live Black Lives Matter, like why would it block it? Because it might not be politically correct. Yeah. Woke and broke. Alright, I'm losing the plot here. Right, let me look at the other diagram. I think I got most of that stuff done. So we have... We have what? Asset class. Let's go with, where's the content? Content. Saved. Cooked. Let's cook it. Once, no, if I have more viewers, then I'll need to start paying attention to that and do some bans. But at the moment, I have bigger fish to fry. Speak your mind. Alright, so if we play this, then let's save it. Save it. It's fine. Stop. Now. What? Why isn't this creating anything here? Look. Stuff is missing here. Library. Why is that wood? Religion is a tough subject. Okay, so why v2 class? You think? Good date. Okay. let's not discuss religion, okay, guys? I have a news flash for you. They're all wrong. There is no God. See, I have my own opinion too. Is this being used for anything? Let me see. We have asset class. This is okay. We have, what's this? Okay, so this is used to create the asset. And then you were basically including, I mean, not including in C++ terms. I mean, you're compiling in SQLite twice. Is that what you mean? And you are not having like duplicated symbols. I don't know what you're using. Bytecode. I see. Okay, so asset. Okie dokie. And then we have load. I got it. Oh, speaking of bloat. Yesterday, my oldest kid, so he has his own PC. This last weekend, I've spent like the entire Saturday upgrading his old PC. He basically had a very old PC that we had in the living room, and we put that in his room, but it was very, very old. It was like a Ryzen 3, like a 2200G, whatever. It was a very shitty CPU, like low end. So I got him a new CPU for that board. I mean, what it used, but way faster. Upgraded the RAM to 16 gig. Gave him like a used M2 drive I had around. So basically, we made the system a lot faster just with some upgrades. And yesterday we were talking about RAM, right? And for whatever reason, I told him he was thinking about how much RAM this needs, how much RAM that needs, and then I told him, you know that my first computer had like 2 megabytes of RAM. I mean, actually, it was my second computer. My first was a Spectrum, and the Spectrum had 128K of RAM. But my first PC, let's say, my first PC, not the first computer, my first PC had 2 megabytes of RAM, I think. And I told him, you know that my first PC had 2 megabytes of RAM, and it could run Doom. And in his mind, he was like, he knew I was talking about the classic Doom, right? But he was looking at me, he's like, how can you do anything? Because he first said, I told him, look, my first PC had 2 megabytes of RAM. And then he was like, what can you do with that? You can't do anything with it. So it's like, and I told him, as it happens, I could do everything with it. I could do lots with it. It's just nowadays, things are so bloated that it's inconceivable that you can do anything with 2 megabytes. But then I told him, you know that Doom run with 2 megabytes, and he couldn't understand how that was possible. He couldn't understand because different realities. My first PC was a 386 SX, 25 megahertz. He had a 100 megabyte hard drive, 100 megabytes hard drive. Actually, I see that your drive was similar. Um, yeah, but I only had 2 megabytes of RAM. I keep saying 4 because I think I had 2 megabytes and then I upgraded to 4 at some point. But yeah, 2 megabytes of RAM. And obviously there was, and then I was trying to explain to him that, and because he was like, and what GPU did you have? When he asked me that, I looked at him like, what? What GPU I had with my 386 PC? And then I was trying to explain, son, look at me. There was no GPUs back then, and he couldn't understand how that's possible. Oh my god, that was a funny one. And I was trying to explain to him like how it was possible to have a game without a GPU. Yeah, well, my first PC was before that, so was it ISA? Mine was way before the AGP. Yeah, there was ISA. Yeah. Man, memory lane. We're doing a trip down the memory lane. It's funny that, for example, speaking of coding without a GPU, that I was trying to explain to my kid. So he's 11 years old, but no, he asks lots of questions. So he has for his age, he has a fair understanding like of CPUs and GPUs and cores and multi-cores, and because once in a while he starts asking, and then I explain to him how these things work, like lower level in a way, like how can one CPU have actually multiple cores, right? Why GPUs are so fast because of thousands of cores, right? So he has a fair understanding of that for his age. And that reminds me that when I remember when back in the 90s, yes, when basically a game basically had to do all the pixel pushing, right? You have to do all the pixel pushing. And I remember that at some point I got, I guess if you know all that old school stuff, do you remember the Matrox brand? Was it Matrox? Like they had like good graphics cards. And I remember that they had graphics cards was like a normal graphics card, but the memory in the card was way faster. And I remember when I got the Matrix card, was it Matrix Millennium or something? I forgot the name. But anyway, I got the Matrix card, which was just still pixel pushing, right? But games would run faster just because copying stuff to the frame buffer was faster. Because the memory was just faster, the graphics card memory was just faster. And I remember that games would just run faster because of the memory. It was funny, I remember that. Because the memory so the frame buffer was memory mapped, right? And then you literally just push the pixel. Pixel. You know what pixel pushing is? You're doing the rendering by CPU, right? And because the memory was faster, the game would run faster. It was like it was funny to see those things in action. Let me show you something old school that I have. I think some of you guys might have seen this before. Slope Engine 5. Let me just stop YouTube. Stop the music. Where is the music? Let's stop this. And let's see if I have this working. So PH5. So this is something I did in the 90s. Not sure if it's working, but should be. So if we go, let's say, Del car. Yeah, because you only need the DOS box. Is it running? Right, there we go. I think there's a way to zoom those boxes, isn't it? No, I had a commercial sound system that I created in the mid 90s, late 90s. I even sold a few copies, and then I made the demo scene. I made what we call the music disc, me and some friends. Yeah, let me see if I can just put the zoom. Is it this? Zoom X2. Oh, I already have the scaler here. Can I put like X4? Although X4 probably going to be too big. And I'll just leave it as it is. So this was just when I launched the first time. You will just show the card selection. Let's say auto detect, and the sound system actually supported all the series of the Sound Blaster. So you remember that you had like Sound Blaster like 8-bit, like mono, stereo, and then it was like 16. There was a bunch of variations up to Sound Blaster 16. So my sound system supported all of that with the DMA, interrupt, all that stuff. And then, yeah, so 16, yeah, that's fine. And then he also supported Gravage Ultrasound. Yeah, so he also supported Gravage Ultrasound, but with two modes. I could use the actual wavetable, or it could just do the software mixing and just feed the result to the Gravage Ultrasound card. And the interesting thing was that if any of you knows what the Gravage Ultrasound was, so basically it would mix the processor to mix the audio, but it had 32 voices. But because this was like in the 90s, obviously, if you were using, basically there was like, you could use like maybe 16 voices at full quality. But as soon as you kind of started going up like say 17, 18, I'm not sure if it was 16, but basically you had the scale. And after a certain point, the more voices we're using, the quality would go down, the frequency. So so what I ended up doing was, and not many systems actually that supported that. I would just do software mixing. If I could pick, if I want to do software mixing, which basically would use the CPU, but you would have full quality. Anyway, so it's using Sound Blaster. And this was just a few tunes made by me and 2 other guys. Some cheesy stuff. It was, I did 2 of them. Man, this was like in the 90s. It was very cheesy. So these that they don't have, these ones that don't have a name. That was me, like this here, and then so the point was this: the green side was one kind of genre. This was made by one guy, and then this here was made by another guy. This the guy that made this side, of course this one here was me, but this 3 here was a friend of mine. I still talk to him nowadays. So a good friend of mine. But this guy here was his friend. I never met the guy that made these ones, but was a friend of his. But you know, remember that this is all like old school, like in the 90s. This is not even MP3. This is like mod files. Actually, it was not even mod. It was like Impulse Tracker. If you know what that is, Impulse Tracker. No, mod was actually the older one. So mod came from the Amiga, right? So mod is even older, and then you have. You had like S3M, which was a screen tracker. So we had a bunch of these trackers. We called them trackers, right? We had like some of the famous ones were a few on the Amiga. The Amiga, I never had an Amiga, so I don't remember much. But there was like Fast Tracker, Screen Tracker, Impulse Tracker. Yeah, it's not what people say now, mod. It's different. But I love this stuff. So I was really into audio programming. So I've spent a bunch of years in the mid-90s, late 90s doing audio programming. And I love this stuff. So like I said, my sound system supported a bunch of hardware sound cards, like the entire series of Sound Blaster. And I had to do all the DMA and interrupts and I/O, all that stuff. And then the Gravis ultrasound. And then eventually, at some point, I had support for Palm OS, Symbian, if you remember that. And I sold a few copies. But I love that stuff. That's actually what got me my first job in Scotland, the audio programming. When I moved to Scotland, was to work in audio programming for a game. I don't do audio programming nowadays. I haven't done that in years. But I enjoyed it. My last gig was actually in audio. Was actually that game here in Scotland. That the game had in-game music editor. You could create your own little tunes in the game. In-game. So you had like this little sequencer in-game with a bunch of instruments. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be using Mini Audio too. Yeah. Let me see if I can find. Maybe. I guess some of you probably seen this already. So this was what I worked on for like 3 years, maybe. So the game is still going, but he had like a full-blown like music editor. So this was all me. He had a custom mixing engine with kind of and then there was kind of a mix between trackers and MIDI, because the saved tunes need to be really, really small. So I was using MIDI for a bunch of, well, it wasn't really MIDI, but it was inspired by MIDI based. And I had a bunch of stuff planned for this. There was like some filters and stuff. So I think he had to. I think it shipped with two effects. I think. Let's see. Yeah, modification. Yeah, this. So yeah, it shipped only with delay and a low pass filter. Yeah. And players did some crazy stuff with this. I think this one was a good one. What was that, Wood? I think you will not like Matthew. What are you talking about? Sorry, I missed it. Oh, sorry, are we talking about the Bible or something? Sorry about that, man. I wasn't following. Oh, I see. I have zero knowledge about, never read the Bible or any other religious books. You know what? When people want to discuss religion with me, I just tell them I don't believe in if there's a God or not. I don't really care. It's like I think that what happens on this earth, it's like we decide, like if something good or bad happens, it's up to us, right? That's the way I see it. It's like, man, I don't remember the exact words I was normally using it, but like I believe in what we can do, not what some superior entity has reserved for us. It's like that's the way I think. It's like it's all us. You want to be good, you be good. I mean, I don't no, I don't mind that people have their own religion, but that's me. I have a good friend of mine, actually. He's still at Epic Games, and he's a very religious guy, Christian. Goes to church, every week and all that stuff. But he's very, very religious. And now a few times that I went out with them, he's a good friend of mine. We had some serious conversations because I don't have anything against that, obviously, right? But I was talking to him and trying to understand, like, why he believes. Like, again, I wasn't trying to convince him. Otherwise, I was just having a discussion with him, like, what's your point of view? Why do you believe this? Because he works in IT. He's a smart guy, right? Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you're a smart guy, you're not going to believe, right? Because it might be true, might not be true. We don't know, right? We don't know. We're alive. We don't know. But I was talking to him and like, we both work in IT, and how come, like, how does this work in your head? Like, why do you believe in this? And again, I wasn't trying to convince him otherwise. I was trying to understand. And he came up with a few good points, like, because he went through a very rough time in his life. I think his brother committed suicide a long time ago. So he went through some rough stuff in his life. And basically he's a happy person now. So he works for him. So you know what I mean? It's like, I think he kind of, this was a few years ago that we had that conversation. But as far as I remember, what he kind of explained was that it doesn't really matter. Like, it makes him happy. It works for him, right? If it's not true, doesn't matter. It's like, it works for him, makes him happy, makes him accept things, works for him. It's not as if he's wasting anything, right? You know what I mean? He's not wasting money, he's not wasting anything. It's his choice. It works for him. That's it. At the end of the day, like, right, believe it or not, doesn't matter. Yeah. I guess that was the thing for him. Like, it was now he got into that when I guess after his brother died, and so it was probably his way to work with it. Actually, my younger brother died also too a few years ago. A few years. Well, it's been, man, it's 26. Sheesh. Like almost 16 years ago. It feels like not long ago. It was almost 16 years ago. And I actually never grieved properly. And I'm just thinking about this makes me sad. I was very close to him. And I remember that for the first few years, I'm just thinking about it, I'm choking up. For the first few years, I would just find myself crying out of nowhere. My now wife, back then we were not married yet, but my wife would be like, "You're thinking about your brother again." She would just see me and she knew I was thinking about my brother. Stuff. And maybe if I turned to religion, it would have helped, right? Now I'm okay, you know. Whenever I think about that, I kind of, still feel sad. But no, I'm past that. I would like to think. But it's funny how it was almost 16 years ago, and it doesn't feel like that. It's tough. It's tough. He died in a diving accident. He loved spearfishing. I loved nature. And one of his hobbies was fishing and spearfishing. And he went out with some friends for spearfishing. And his friends came out, and he never came out. And then they found him. He died in the Azores. He was living in the Azores. The cause of death was, they suspect, well, mostly certain, was when you dive a lot, and if you don't take breaks, basically if you're diving a lot and you're holding your breath for a long time, because he was always, I remember he was always practicing, like trying to hold his breath as much as possible. But when you do that very often without taking the necessary breaks, you're depriving your brain of oxygen, and you don't notice, right? You don't notice. And then there's a medical term for that. And you can, if you do that very often, you will just pass out, like without noticing, like you just switch off, poof, pass out. That's probably what happened with them. He was probably in the water, and he just passed out, and that was it. There's a name for that. I don't remember. Because there was no injuries, nothing, so he probably just passed out underwater. But with scuba diving is different, right? Because with scuba diving, obviously you have the tank, right? But he was just doing without the tank, right? You just hold your breath and go. And obviously with that, you can pass out if you're not having enough oxygen. But you don't notice, like, for example, when you're diving a lot and then you see other people, you look at them and like their lips are turning blue or something. Like it's like you're getting deprived of oxygen, but you don't notice. And when that's happening, you can just pass out. And if you pass out underwater, then you're fucked, basically. And that's probably what happened with them. I love the Azores, actually. I used to go there a lot. I went there like a few times a year. I loved it. And since he died, I went there to his funeral, and that's it. I haven't been there since then. Because I guess that's the thing. Like I never grieved properly, or mourn, whatever you call it. And I can't imagine myself going back there. There's too many memories. Although it was so long ago. I would love to take my kids there. It's such a lovely place. But we'll see. Maybe it would be good for me to go, just to deal with it. I haven't tried that actually for a while. I don't know how long I could hold my breath. Don't know. I did spearfishing with him once when I was there for his wedding. That's another thing that just still hurts me. The last time I was with him was actually for his wedding. So I went there for his wedding. That was in summer 2009. Was it 9? Maybe summer 2009? I think so. Summer 2009. So I went there for his wedding, and then he died February 2010. And yeah, the last time I saw him was actually in his wedding, which it hurts. And when I went there for his wedding, I went spearfishing with him, and it was amazing. Like clear waters, just with a snorkel. It's amazing. Loved it. Right, I need a wee wee. Gonna go for a wee wee. I'll be right back. And need more coffee. Coffee. Getting hot in here. Need to open some windows. Yeah, it's hot. That's better. Right, I'm going to have a snack because I barely had any food today. I think we're getting too philosophical. You know what? I have crackers. You guys can keep the flame war going. I'm gonna grab some wine and cheese and grapes. And I keep eating my crackers, grapes, and wine and cheese. You want the cracker? I have, man, nowadays I skip lunch. Can't be bothered cooking. I need to pay more attention to that. But I'm just eating some crackers, slice of cake, and the coffee. But no, I sit all day, and then in the evening I go for a run, and then my proper meal tends to be dinner. I don't have any cookies, Toro. I'm having some crackers and a cake, slice of cake, homemade cake, and black coffee. And then later I go for a run. Right, so back to this. It's like I'm not doing much today. True. What I tend sometimes to do is, sometimes I have 2 crackers and then make a sandwich with them. Put something in the middle. Another cracker. That reminds me of something I haven't done in a long time. When I was young, I used to do a lot. You know, French fries. Grab some fresh bread, like a fresh baguette. Put French fries in the middle. French fry sandwich. I don't know. I just used to love it. I haven't had that since like for over 20 years, so I don't even remember the flavor. But I do that. I used to do that a lot when I was a teenager. Or like, for example, like some steak, like pork, not beef, pork. And then instead of having just that in a sandwich with that, would be that and the fries. And as far as I remember, it was tasty. I mean, for me. So the steak, some fries. So all in one. Another thing that I did just a few days ago, actually, that I used to do back in my day. So I used to do back in my day was banana with cheese. And just a few days ago, I was like, let me try this again. And I literally peel a banana, grab a slice of cheese, sliced cheese, like the dangly soft one. Grab a slice of cheese, wrap it in the banana, and that was it, snack. And it still goes well. At least I thought, I think it does, at least for me. Kind of, because you have a bit of the saltiness from the cheese, and a bit of fat, obviously the cheese. So it kind of cuts well with the banana. So I was saying to myself that now what I'm going to be doing is just thinking of the basic methods I need here in these things to understand the responsibilities of each class. Oops. Making caca. Caca. Caca means making a poo-poo in Portuguese. This was only internally used. I think I can make use of this externally too. This might look random, what I'm working on at the moment, but I have a plan. It's all part of a grand plan. I think the music is probably too loud. Should be fine now. Excuse me. Okie dokie. Was it inline? Line is a guitar. Okay, I'm gonna put another one here. Not sure if I will need it, but I think so. So it's gonna be here, class M. Let me do maybe a minute or less than a minute. Let me do a clean build. So we are in debug editor build. Let's try clean build. I would say 30 seconds or less, but let's give it a go. At some point I want to give it another go with the C++ modules, because I have a bunch of files that they don't actually have much stuff. Like, okay, I'll need a file for these like miscellaneous things, but obviously that file still has a bunch of includes. So 33 seconds. So I think if I use modules, I could probably improve the build times a bit. I've been working on this full time since January. But the project started, I mean, the game, if you're talking about the game, I've been working on the game since 2012. Yeah, that's what, 14 years? Yes, so I've been working on the game for 14 years, on and off, on my free time. But the engine, I've been working on this since, yeah, full time since January, but it started maybe in November. So what I have a bunch of stuff done for the game, some tech I need for the game, but not related to gameplay. It's I mean, it's gameplay, but not related with the engine. I mean, but I have a bunch of stuff done for the game. Modules, yeah. So the thing is, I tried modules a few months ago. I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a go. And my experience was the same as yours. Like I was just using like some dummy project to try out stuff. And but I was already kind of, when I was experimenting, I was kind of already trying, like, okay, I'm gonna be needing to I'll be needing to do this in my engine. And my experience was that lots of stuff was still broken. And I was having lots of like internal compiler errors, and like, I was like, nope, this is not usable for what I need. And the problems with the debugger not picking up symbols, the syntax highlighting, code completion, the debugger, NatVis, NatVis, like the debugger stuff, the NatVis not working properly. But if you look at like, it's like you can think of all these bugs, like, how the heck is this so buggy? Yeah, because modules, the implementation for modules actually it's completely different from the classical header CPP thing we're so used to. So basically, it's not a trivial thing for compilers to implement modules. So I'm not surprised. But anyway, I want to eventually try it again, maybe in a few weeks. Because meanwhile, Visual Studio fixed a bunch of bugs with modules, so it's probably in a better state now. Yeah. So I was experimenting, and I was having so many problems, man. It was crazy. Like you would look at the standards, like, they should work, but then it wouldn't, and like not being able to export things, and when it should just work. And then I would go and look at search the open bugs for Visual Studio, and yeah, well, look, it's a bug, it's filed already. But they fixed a bunch of stuff recently. There was an update maybe less than a month ago that there was a bunch of modules fixes. And I mean, I think the adoption for modules has been very, very slow, because, and they are trying to fix that. right? So normally it's like if you want to go models, you need to go all in, like because once you start designing your code in modules, like then you have the problem like I want this dependency, now I want this dependency also needs to use modules. It's not completely like that right now because we have what they call the header units. I think it's called header units. So header units, it was kind of like added after the modules to kind of way to, what's the word, man? Like a transition thing, like trying to fix the problem of I have a legacy code and I have module code and I want to mix both. So header units was kind of like a transition thing. But Visual Studio until like a few months ago still had a bunch of bugs with that. So it's probably in a better state now. But I forgot most of the details. Yeah, I reported a bunch of bugs too. It's funny that back in my day again. So that was back in 2000 and let me think. 15 or so. I was doing lots of basically when C++ was making lots of advances like C++ 11 and 14. Like C++ 11 and 14 brought a bunch of new stuff like lambdas and all that stuff, right? And back then I was writing articles. So if you go to my website, like for example this one, this is my most successful blog post. I would spend like weeks writing an article. I was not slop. This was before the slop. So I would spend weeks writing an article, right? If you go look at this, like this was an article about how to implement RPC framework with back then it was modern C++, 11 and 14. Yeah, 11 and 14. And so back then I was always like on the bleeding edge of C++ because I was experimenting with things. And this was at the time that Microsoft, when C++ 11 came out, Microsoft compiler was still like very much like old school, like the internals. I'm talking about the internals, right? The C++, their C++ compiler was a hard thing for them to port to have modern C++. So I'm talking modern like C++ 11 and newer. So back then Microsoft was refactoring the compiler a lot because to support all this stuff. So you would find lots and lots of bugs like in lambdas and I was finding lots of bugs there back then. No, this is it's not an well. It has the explains how it's done, right? Explains how it's done, and it shows the implementation. But this is not the only article I have, and I was spending so much time on this, you know. Like this was another one that did well, explaining how strands work. This one doesn't have as much code, but still has the code. So anyway, I find it funny that I was once credited in Microsoft release notes for Visual Studio. That was a funny one. That means like I was spending too much time with that stuff. I was reporting so many bugs that I was once credited in the release notes. But that was back in my day. No, at some point I would like to go back to writing articles, but I don't know, man. Nowadays with all the AI bullshit, it's like, what's the point? It's like that, like no one is gonna be reading blogs. Any use of the articles will be the AI slot machines stealing everything. It's like any human generated content is gonna be stolen. I'm not even talking about money. I'm talking about like you don't even get the visits. So I wouldn't mind getting back to that at some point, but I'm not sure I will. It's because it was taking a lot of my time, and now with 2 kids and working on this full time, like, eh. Appear straight on the search page. If you search for those terms like strands and yeah, it probably shows up the first few hits, I guess. Obviously, I never got any money out of it. I wasn't doing it for money, right? But I enjoyed doing that. I was man, I was really like into coming up like with a perfect solution for some problem. So, like for example, little things I did, like let's say. Like for example, this one. This was very much inspired by Boostagio. This one was also inspired by Boostagio. But you know, I would spend lots of time trying to like. Man, this is fucked up. At some point WordPress fucked up my formatting. I need to fix this eventually. See, it's like all messed up. But it's geez, all over the place. I would spend a bunch of time actually understanding the problem and trying to fix the edge cases. As in, if I was spending too much time on edge cases, it meant the solution was wrong, right? It wasn't clean. So I would spend lots of time fixing that stuff instead of just hacking away with the edge cases. And man, I really enjoyed it. And the one thing that I noticed is every time, like I need something similar, like call stack markers or a C++ timer queue, and I actually go back to my website and look at how I did it, which is, I think it's a good sign. Like I go look at old stuff I did for ideas. But yeah, I haven't done the last time I posted was like 10 years ago. Where was it? I think it was this one. Sheesh. Yep, just over 10 years ago. Ah, damn it. You know what? You have kids, we have life. Kids get in the way. This was actually already stuff for the game that I'm working on. Yeah. I'm not sure if I wouldn't mind getting rid of WordPress, but I don't think I'll bother with it. I had this website since the mid 2000s, although I'm not posting anything at the moment. Like I said, over 10 years since I posted something. Someday. Yeah, I don't even know what's the thing now in the market. It's like what most people use. I don't even know. I remember a few years ago I was taking a look at some other solutions. Like there was this one that you had the content, and then it would generate actually static pages for it. Was it called Ugu? Ugu? Was it Ugu? It was like this kind of framework that you would create the content, and it was not, you wouldn't be like dynamic pages like PHP. You would basically just create the static content for you. I think it might have been Ugu. Yes, I think it was this. But I ended up not doing anything with it. But this again, this was like 10 years ago, so I don't know where this stands now. At some point in the next few months, I'll need to start paying attention to that. I need to, once I start working on gameplay, I need to start paying more attention to the social side of things. At the moment, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, I have no idea if there is anything that's replacing WordPress. I have no idea. But I guess that's the situation now. It's like, for example, I find myself nowadays, I don't even Google much. It's like most of my online stuff, what I do is YouTube, even if it's work related, YouTube. And if I'm searching for something, most of the time it tends to be ChatGPT for searching, because it's just faster to figure out things. And then once I get the bullet points from ChatGPT, and then I go and Google for those things. That's what I tend to do. Okay, so you're a bit off topic, but why would you replace WordPress with the brain? But yeah, speaking of articles, I'm not even sure if there would be any need for that, unless obviously you do it because you want to. But everything got stolen. What's the point? All the 5 coding bros. Ba-da-ba-ba. I wonder, speaking of articles and stealing stuff, I wonder if we ask ChatGPT or whatever to create a strands implementation, I wonder how much it will look like my own code, because it's one of the top hits when you Google for strands. Obviously, Boost Azure is certainly on top. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. And that's why I haven't been streaming much lately. Like this stuff that I'm doing is like I'm not even coding much, just thinking. Man, my left wrist has been hurting the last few days. I don't know why. Any problems I had with my wrists from keyboard and mouse tends to be just the right. The left I never had problems, but not sure if it's that or not. Strands threading pattern. Not sure. Not sure if it's the same. Strands threading pattern. Talking about like multi-threaded code. It's probably the same then, because that's what strands do. It's just a way to kind of simplify threading code. Yeah. I do have a decent chair, but the problem is I spend too much time sitting down on looking at the screen. And I do exercise, obviously. I'm noticing that my my left wrist seems a bit swollen. So it's like I'm right here, that's hurting a bit on the side. So yeah, it's a bit swollen. Old age, too many hours. Yeah, that's true. Like use Google and the first page is just the AI. All right, first I'm gonna copy this to here. Okie dokie. Now let's save this. Yeah, you will have it and you will enjoy it. You don't have a choice. Oh, should I call it Thor? Thor? Can I call it Thor or Thoruf? Thoruf. Don't know how to spell your name. How to pronounce it, not spell. Pronounce it. AI, what's that AI meme music? What's that? Some meme I missed. I will have to leave in like half an hour to go get the kids. Flip one. Thor. See? From now on, you'll be called Thor. You lost me there, ninja. Ninja. Talking about this is not AI slop. This is from a game. If this is what you're talking about. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Mm. Oh, Discord. Sorry, I have like a screen on top. That's why sometimes I'm not reading the chat because I'm looking at the other screen. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Let me put my headphones on. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who am I to disagree? Something like that. Yes. Bluetooth. Right. Sound settings. Oops, too loud. Let's see what we have in here. What the heck? Is this the AI? I'm on the fence with this shit. So, for example, actually, my headphones are feeling weird. Yeah, my headphones are feeling a bit weird. So I'm on the fence with this, and I am tired of being force-fed this stuff. For example, whenever I'm looking for music on YouTube, it's like seems like the last maybe few weeks, not as often, but look at this, like suggestions, right? And then like lots of this crap is AI, like because you can see like only has a dozen views, right? And this is like AI slop, right? And I get suggested this crap, right? And it's just YouTube forcing you. And sometimes I just get so upset with it. It's like, block this channel. Done. But I'm on the fence because I understand that sometimes you can get some decent stuff. I mean, in my opinion, like for example, there's one channel that I've been listening to maybe the last few weeks, once in a while. I think it's this one, and if you go look at some of the older ones, let's say, what's it, this guy? Videos. I think he uses AI, like it's a mixture. Yes, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but using AI tools under human creative directions, like, yeah, we don't know if it's true or not. But some of the stuff is like, meh. Like, for example, let's say this one. I mean, for work, like, but it's like, what's the word for this? Like, it feels like so repetitive, like generic, insipid. Yeah, say me. See what I mean? Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it's not bad, right? But yeah, but it just feels so lacking, you know. It's like, meh, it's meh. There's nothing wrong with it. So I'm on the fence with these things. But you know, but if you need some music for like, but at least it has a disclaimer here, AI. If I need background music, then yeah, it's fine. That's what background music is supposed to be, like people not paying attention. One guy that I've been now the last few weeks has been this guy here. And this is the complete opposite. This is just one guy with a bunch of analog stuff, just, you know, just vibing. See, just him. So that's what I've been listening to, like on my streams when I'm working. I think this guy used to be a soft engineer too. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I thought about that actually. I thought about that. Like, I wonder if I contacted him, if he would be okay to use the kind of his work for a game. I mean, obviously, if he wants to get paid, fine. But you know, depends on the price. But it would be interesting to know. I thought about that too. It's kind of like nice for a background music, like chilled. He does sell his albums. No. Let's see. Bum bum bum. I'm thinking. This is all very exciting to watch. I know that. Yeah, and the thing I'm most pissed about nowadays with this is the way they're just destroying books. Because I think I've talked about this plenty with one of you guys. That human generated content is now a premium, right? So internet is full of slop. So they're reverting to books, and they're literally destroying the books so to scan them faster. And I find that so repugnant. Let's see who can scan faster. If you can train your models faster than the other company, then you're gonna come out on top. I find that just like I feel like choking them. If we as a species don't figure out a way to deal with this, we're fucked. Can you imagine, like, you're a book author now? I can't imagine any book authors like now wanting to keep creating. It's like your work will just get stolen. Like why would you do that? Why would you be now, not wasting your life? Because of course some people write because they want to. But if you're trying to make a living, like, why would you do that? It's like, I'm not gonna be writing any more books. Everything just gets stolen and put behind a paywall, which is the irony, right? They steal your work and then they put it behind a paywall. Yes, exactly. So they're buying like books, like rare books, whatever. They scan it, destroy it. Okay. You know what? Speaking of this, I have some money invested in Intel, so that the only stock I have at the moment is Intel. And I wish the entire thing would just flop, but I'm not selling the stock. Why? Because the way I see it is, right, if this doesn't flop, if it doesn't burst the bubble, then my stock will be worth more, right? And if it bursts, I will be better off as a software engineer because of the knowledge, right? So I lose basically I will lose money on the stock, but I would win on the personal side. So you know what I mean? So it's like I'm kind of trying to bet on both hands. Wolkenberg. I only have Intel. I think Intel can still turn out okay because they were kind of they lost the race to AI, right? But in a way that might be good because maybe they have the least to lose, right? Of course now they're trying to scale up, and yesterday they just announced some new chip like for AI. But they have an advantage, which is they have their own fabrication process, right? Which, with all the problems going on with the wars and bans and right, so and conflicts, whatever. So I think Intel is well positioned because they have manufacturing, so they can still come out on top in the long run. That's why I only have Intel at the moment. I actually never bought Nvidia. I had AMD for a long time. I made some money with that. That was before AI. When the Ryzen came out, I bought it around that time because I could see that AMD was just coming back from the brink. So I made some decent money there. It helped with actually putting the deposit down for the house. So I made some money there. And then Microsoft. I had some mining companies, some pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, news chip. There was something that I saw yesterday on the news. I mean, just on my news feed. This Diamond Rapid, I think. See, that's what I mean. They have the design, so they have the IP, and they have the process. The process is still plagued with problems, and that's why they're having troubles ramping up. But they are in a good position, I think. If they can pull this off, right? If lots of ifs. Cerberus? No, I don't think so. Kind of new. Never heard of them. What's this? No, I think that's Cerberus, Cerberus, not the Rose. Blah. I think that's. Isn't it like this? Yeah. That reminds me of a British joke. Not a joke, like a little short I saw yesterday. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's this. This is a good one. Let's see if I can.
Which means a better outcome for.
Is it this? Let me see. see if I can find it. Right, you should watch this one then. Speaking of grammar Nazi, this is a really funny one. Man, I need to turn off and go. You know that one? Where are you from, Ninja? Are you British? I don't know. I don't think I asked. I might have asked you. Are you from Edinburgh too? I know there was someone here also from Edinburgh. Ah, okay. I know there was one of my viewers is also from Edinburgh. You're American. America. Yolkscut? No, never heard of them. Right, guys, I need to turn off. I might be back later, but I need to turn off to go and pick up the kids from school because wife abandoned me. She went to the office today. So it's on me to pick up the runt, the litter. Right, see you guys later. I'm out. Right, let me see. Alright, take care everyone. I might be back later. Bye bye. Have a good day. Bye bye.